go. It's good to be back at Mildenhall as well. Well, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, a United States Air Force in Europe base, just like Lakenheath. Oh yes, a U-safe base. Welcome to the show. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. You're tuned in to the right military aviation channel, Ted Coningsby, and we've got a C-17 that's spooling nicely. Oh yes. And we've got a few other big iron heavies that have started up as well, so it could be all go from the get-go. Now the C-17 is not actually based here. Aircraft, it's our squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Sounds quite excited. Aircraft that are based here are the KC-135, the Mc-130J Commando 2, CV-22 Ospreys, C-146, and also based here as well are the 55th Wings selection of RC-135s and their variants. They do operate from here with the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron. Home naturally here at this station. Listen to this. It's the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron flying the KC-135. Their lineage, the 100th Bomb Group, which we all know is the bloody 100th. Their legacy lives on. They've been here since 1992, February. Right. Also got the 356 Special Operations Wing, 7th Special Operations Squadron. They fly this CV-22 Osprey. The 67th Special Operations Squadron, they fly the Mc-130J Commando 2 and the C-146 Wolfhound. Part of the 3rd Air Force, based at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. This looks like it's got Stuart written on the tail there. This is a C-17. And like with all things Mildenhall, it's a surprise. Don't forget to download your Mildenhall bingo cards. You can download them for free online. We have the Brize Norton edition, which is where it was where it was influenced from. And we have, of course, Mildenhall, because they are like each other. You never know what's going to happen, and that's what makes this place so much fun. Oh, who remembers Donkey Kong? Like flashbacks of Donkey Kong. Look at this. Who remembers Donkey Kong on those LCD games? Look at that. Do you remember Donkey Kong on those 80s LCD games? Look at that. Oh, it's exactly the same, isn't it? Oh, I know. Anyway, meanwhile. Hello. Runway 10. Loadmaster 3. It's come away, or at least it's based from Stuart. Thanks, Barry, for the info. It's from the 105th Airlift Wing, based at Stuart Air National Guard Base, part of the New York Air National Guard. First flight of the C-17 was on the 15th of September 1991. Designed to replace the 141 Starlifter, C-141. Service ceiling of 45,000 feet with 4 Pratt & Whitney, oh lovely, engines smashing out 40,400 pounds of thrust in each of those engines. The F1 17 PW100s. It's like having an F-35B in each of those engines. Oh yes. Well, that was amazing, wasn't it? Wow. And we got more. We got a KC-135 as well. Good start to the morning. Taxiing, I believe we've got a KC-135 now. How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And let's have a look at the nacelles. The nacelles look, or the covers look empty on the second one there. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. How we doing? away we go. KC-135. It's Big Iron Thursday. There's the absolutely beautiful square D of the 100th. Oh, we got two. Yes. A long line of history. This is the only World War II tail marking in operation today in the whole world, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. That, my friends, is absolute honour to fly that square D. This is not far away, which was once home. Station 139, Thorpe Abbots. That square D lives on. It was once on the B-17s. And yes, that is the same station crest, the station badge. It's called a close copy, same as Lakenheath, same as Upper Hayford, same as Kirk Newton, Brampton, and a few others. It's called a close copy, and it's all down to the foundation of Support Command. But notice the crown has changed. It's the King's crown now. Look at that, all the detail. of course, don't forget to carry out your in-flight and your in-stream checklist. Please hit the like button. You've been cleared. Touch and go on the like button. And you've also been cleared for a low approach on the subscribe button, just in case you haven't subscribed. Welcome to our regulars, fans and members. Here we go. What a sound. Your berets, here we go. The other one. Ah, there. We got another one. And we do have another KC-135 of the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, another Square D. For those that know the channel well, or at least know the history, this represents the 3rd Air Division, being a square. Each geometric shape represented the Air Division, one of the 3 air divisions of the 8th Air Force, the mighty 8th. If it was a triangle, it would have been the 1st Air Division. Circle, 2nd Air Division, which predominantly were the B-24 Liberators. Square, the 3rd Air Division. Hang on now, what we've got here as well, look at this. Oh, hello. the nose arcs, again, were all featured on the B-17s at Thorpe Abbott Station 139 of the 100th Bomb Group. Now, they had originally 4 squadrons, 4 bombardment squadrons, but only one survives today. Echo Papa would have been their squadron markings on the fuselage of their B-17s as well. And it was in honour of the 100th's return. They were called the Bloody 100th, not because they had the most amount of losses, but the most amount of losses in any one mission. And it was all in honour of their return in 1992. Not so far away, Thorpe Abbott's, and here it was decided to fly in honour of their original World War II markings. Now, markings will always stay with a squadron, they'll always stay with a bombardment group and a wing, they'll always keep that, but in this instance they are allowed to fly it in honour operationally. This is a highly modified special ops variant of the C-130. It's the Mc-130J Commando 2. Look at this. Here we go. Another departure. And the CV-22 Osprey is also pinging now and flashy. pilots will carry out what's called sterile cockpit, where no conversations unrelated to checks and to do with the departure. Here we go, until 10,000 feet. Maximum concentration in the departure, the checks, no conversations in that cockpit until 10,000 feet. It's called a sterile cockpit. It's not just unique to military, it is also with civilian getting all sorts of trouble. Look at this, what a design, still going. CV-22 Osprey now. Not sure if it's just flexing, not sure yet. Find out in just a moment. So the CV-22 Osprey you can see on your screens. Now, they are part of the 352nd Special Operations Wing, which the flying component of that wing is the 752nd Special Operations Group. There are 2 flying squadrons within that group, one of them being the 7th Special Operations Squadron. Oh yes, you don't mess with them, and you certainly don't mess with the 67th either, who fly the Mc-130J Commando 2 along with the C-146 Wolfhound. Look at this. Meanwhile, got another one. And another KC-135. Now, it's going to be one of those days where history is going to be bite-sized. But don't forget, the United States Army Air Force activated in 15th of January 1941. They were a bit late playing catch-up. They were relatively small compared to the other air forces. You know, during 1938, the RAF were using their squadron numbers as their markings. For example, 115 Squadron, who are Kilo Delta World War II markings, were using 115 literally painted on the side of their aircraft. Now, the problem with that as a security issue, being followed back, you can trace exactly what squadron was based at what station. That is the problem. So they brought in a cryptic, very random letter system, the Royal Air Force, which quite rightly doesn't actually make any sense. You know, Echo Bravo 41 Squadron, Oscar Foxtrot 97, Kilo Mike 44, Zulu November 106, and so on and so on. So the United States Army Air Force came up with their own tail marking for their bombardment group. Now, this is specific to the 8th Air Force, not the 9th Air Force, the marking systems. But I'll show you some diagrams that I feature quite regularly on the show, so you're not missing out. The Savage. What up, Mr. Chicken? Oi, oi. JD in Scale, Joao Guerra, Margot, Ann Cox, Ramco DeRay, Kaz Lake, UK, Davey, Sam Diplock, CPR 1234, Sylvester, Dubs the Bot, how you all doing? Davey, Margot, Ian Maccabi, how you doing? Sam Diplock, I will explain in just a moment. Perfect example. While they have, this one's a drogue for drogue and probe air-to-air refueling. Yeah, it's quite normal for it to be hanging out. In fact, it can retract after takeoff. above me. Out there. Don't forget the wind down here is a bit different story up there. I may have to get some storm straps for the kit. Wasn't expecting. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, amazing start to the morning. This was just obviously flexing. I'll be right back. Just got to take some action on this rather unexpected strong winds, to be honest. Gents, steady bears. Right, all good now. Right, what we got up here? Who we got flying? Oh, nice. So don't forget, RAF Lakenheath is about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, and then a further 5 miles after that is RAF Feltwell. Now, Mildenhall predates them. Mildenhall was built in October the 16th, 1934. RAF Feltwell, so 10 miles away from here in the direction of the backwards crow flying, built in 36, started operating in 1937. Lakenheath not until 1941, but was built in 1940. Well, sort of. It was a decoy airfield first, the vicinity was anyway, until 1941. And its first residence, Level 20 Operational Training Unit. Right, we're going to talk about the markings. We do get asked this quite a lot, but don't, you know, rest assured, I'll get you an answer, all right? Yes, here we go. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Let's see what we're going to get. Let's use the Royal Air Force, I think. Give me 1 second. There's all sorts going on it. Right, I just wanted to find you well, this is what we like. got the C-146 started up as well. So I'll talk to you a little bit about markings. What I wanted to show you, this is from the wonderful book by Ken Delve, by the way, if you ever come across it. I'd like to show you what sort of books I read. This is a great book about the history of RAF Barham. And I'm sure it's in here. Going to show you the markings, how they kind of evolved in just a moment. So we've got the C-146 powering up there, part of the 67th, flies with the 67th Special Operations Squadron. It's called the Wolfhound. And for those that know their aircraft, been modified, basically a modified Dornier. The Dornier 328, that's what it's based on. But again, as we all know, there are military designations for both engine and aircraft. It is a flexible, rapid intra-theatre mobility for Special Operations Forces. And its mission really is to provide US Special Ops Command flexible and responsive operational movement of small teams in cargo in support of TSOC, the Theatre Special Operations Command. Now, the airlift missions that it conducts by the Air Force Special Ops Command air crews is to be prepared in a semi-prepared airfields around the world. And it's a twin-engine, high-wing aircraft, T-tailed as well, for those that like to know. It's got a variety of systems that can operate in austere conditions as well. Powered by two Pratt & Whitney PW119C turboprops. They produce 2,282 shaft horsepower. Got a wingspan of 68 feet 10 inches, that's 20.98 meters. Length at 69 feet 10 inches, that's 21.29 meters. Crew of 2 and a loadmaster. Oh yeah! What's that, like 16 horsepower on that? Wow! That was brilliant. So I was going to tell you about markings, but we'll just catch this C-146 Wolfhound depart. We're on the Nook campsite, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and you can come and view at a very small fee, a very great, reasonably priced. It's £2 per person as you come into the campsite. There is a paying station. Like I said, it's per person, £2 per person, and please do stick to the area where it's designated for plane spotting, which is in this field here. And there's even a trailer there where you can enjoy the aircraft. There's even toilets as well, provided designated toilets. Like I said, just £2 per person. It's the Nook campsite. And of course, if you want to come camping, come here and camp as well. I don't know what the fees are for caravan and camping, but it's the Nook campsite if you want to look it up. It's not far from Lakenheath if you want to do some Mildenhall Lakenheath adventures. Crosswind, so this is going to take a little nudge. Off. Look, it was getting shunted about. Look, it was getting shunted about on takeoff as well while it was rolling. Look at this, beautiful. Right, let's roll back to 1912. Now you're probably thinking, what? Okay, so obviously I'm gonna just relate to our history here in the UK. 13th of April, we need to roll this back to 13th of April 1912. How are we doing? Basically the Royal Flying Corps, the the foundation of the Royal Flying Corps. That's pre-Royal Air Force. The Royal Air Force, the godfather, the father, shall we say, of the Royal Air Force, Sir Hugh Trenchard, who amalgamated the Royal Flying Corps with the Royal Naval Air Service, put them together to make the Royal Air Force, and that was in 1918, 1st of April. But we got to roll back to the beginning, and I'm going to try and answer some. There's been a few questions about how are the numbers formed, were they at random? Well, let's roll this back. I mean, there's several numbers with Royal Air Force. I mean, we've got, there's 207 at Marham, 617 at Marham. You know, these numbers are quite high up. We got 99 Squadron at Brize Norton, the highest at Coningsby's 41. You got 42, 50. There's 51. There's loads. You know, the numbers are endless. Okay, there was 149 and 199 at Lakenheath back in the days, and then even with the United States Air Force with the 48 Fighter Wing, we got the 492nd right up to the 495th. Where are all these numbers coming from? Well, let's roll back to the Royal Flying Corps, because they did start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it made sense. So I'm going to talk a little bit about evolution of the Royal Air Force. Don't forget, airmen were trained in the US Army Air Corps. During sort of 1916, that we had airfields here that were training the United States Army Air Corps as well. But if I roll it back to the Royal Flying Corps, I mean, when you think of the date 1912, it's not far from 1903. I mean, flying had just aviation hadn't been that long, and it was there was a few men, but one in particular, an Italian, who actually introduced. I don't want to be biased, but I think there was one, 2, or 3 men, but one being an Italian who kind of said, you know, how effective aerial bombing, for example, or aerial warfare could be. And don't forget, like I said, 1903, the Wright Flyer, the Wright brothers, just starting off, you know, with flying. You know, very primitive aircraft. But let's go to the Royal Flying Corps, a military side of things. And there were, number 1 aeroplane squadrons, number 2, number 3, and then they evolved into like B flights and things like that. I'm going to keep this a little bit not too complex, because I'm going to get to the point, okay? But we had squadrons. Now, I've got a really old Royal Flying Corps book, but when we got to the 1930s, all right, so I'm gonna leap forward. So that's your numbers answered. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then when you start having squadrons, then maybe the evolution of maintenance squadrons itself, signals, communication squadrons. You know, the signals were given numbers as well. So these numbers could be taken up, which is why, you know, there are like some high numbers that have been going on, and we had loads of squadrons. But to keep that. So that's one answer to someone, and I'm going to show you the United States Army Air Force 8th Air Force as well. But how did all the lettering start? Well, the thing is, I've always mentioned about formation. It doesn't happen overnight. Tactics of aerial combat doesn't happen overnight. And again, when I talk about the 109s engaging the B-17s for the very first time, the way they would try to take down a B-17 was done in a very dangerous way, because it takes about 1,000 rounds to actually take B-17 down. It's not that easy, even just to take a fighter. It's not like the movies where they would like start rolling around. I mean, just think about it. The minute you turn, you're going to slow your pace down. All right, you can have defensive maneuvers, but I'm going in a different. I'm opening other doors to the conversation. So that's the answer to that. They did start off very numerically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these numbers get taken up. Now you're going to see a little pattern in hopefully just a moment. Now, again, evolution of even the roundels. They had to have thought in roundels as well. I'm going to try and cover quite a complex amount in one go, while I can remember it off the top of my head. Now, don't forget, 1935, you know, it was Goring that was building the world's largest Air Force the world had ever seen, all done in secrecy, because there was the Treaty of Versailles, the Hague Treaty. There was so many treaties in place to not allow this to ever happen again. So, you know, the weapons side of things for Germany were not allowed. However, they were done in a very clever way, because Goring was building civilian aircraft, but they were dubbed civilian. They weren't really. They were cleverly made. It was, it was the largest the world was ever going to see. All right, and don't forget, the United States were neutral still during the Second World War. Now, I'm going to get to the markings just really quickly. I'm going to tell you about squadron roundels and markings, even the thought about, because you may see the yellow on the roundels on the Royal Air Force. You may see a dark blue and a light blue, the Southeast Asia Command. What about the red bar on the United States Army, Air Force, US Navy? What happened to that? Red could mean enemy. Red in the Pacific meant Japan at the time. Okay, things changed, which is great. And, you know, but they had to emit red. When you're flying hundreds of miles per hour, you ain't got time to have a convenient bit of computer graphics telling you this is like a zero aircraft. Doesn't work like that. It's literally, don't forget the technology we had. However, getting into formation started to become something a little bit, you know, quite effective. Bombers, you know, you get a single bomber on its own, vulnerable. You get 3 bombers in a Vic formation, effective. You start getting a whole 21, 22, 23 formations of B-17s. That's hard to penetrate, because remember, the B-17, dubbed, nicknamed, or given the official name thanks to a reporter, the Flying Fortress, the amount of guns on that. How does a 109 tackle that? And I'll explain in a bit, but I'm going to try to tell you a little bit about squadron markings. So in the Second World War, so 1930, before the Second World War, our RAF had squadron markings numbered. Okay, their squadron numbers were, I'm going to show you, thanks to Ken Delv's book, if I may, Ken, I'm going to show you, I've got a better example, but gosh, this wind is going to become a bit of a... Right, have a look at this. I don't know if you can see this. Sorry about this. It's really windy again. Can you see that? So, hello. You can tell what squadron that is. It's 115. Well done. Let's have another look. Again, you've got a... This is a Fairy Hendon. Again, you can see that 115. Not very good, is it? Not really, not good at all. And there's Wellington bombers with those. Why is that so bad? Well, the thing is, if you get followed back, you know, with spy aircraft such as the Graf Zeppelin was over here, and you know, you start getting in reconnaissance, photo reconnaissance aircraft over our skies. They could track and find out exactly what squadron and what they do and what station they were at. So they scrubbed that. Now let me give you the Royal Air Force's marking system. All right. Now it wasn't done in a, you know, so it wasn't done in a very easy way to understand, which is great. So I'm going to show you. I've got this. So I'm going to take a Lancaster. So the squadron markings was this: 2 letters, Whiskey Sierra. Now this meant number 9 squadron. If it had Alpha Juliet, that's 617. If it had Oscar Foxtrot, that would have been 97. If it had Kilo Mike, that's I'm trying to remember, 44 Squadron. Echo Mike, 207 Squadron. I'm just trying to think of others. If it had Yankee Zulu, it was still 617, but that's when they had the Grand Slam bomb, the 22,000 pounder. The 3rd letter is the aircraft identifier, A to Z, and if it rolled on over 24 aircraft, for example, sorry, if it rolled over after Z, okay, then, so I'm getting mixed up with the Greek alphabet, we've got less letters. You would have a, hang on, is that landing here? Sorry, I've had a message about the, is that KC-46, where'd it go? I don't know, is it coming in? I can't see it. There we go. So yeah, you've got an aircraft identifier. So I hope that made sense so far. In the aircraft, so we got so if it rolled, if you had like 32 aircraft, so the 26 aircraft would have a Z for zebra, for example. If you had more than 26, so 26 letters in the alphabet, then you'd have an A squared, B squared, C, etc. You could have that. So 2 letters for the squadron, and the third singular letter was the aircraft identifier. Does that make sense so far, right? Are you with me? Right, now, the US Army Air Force were relatively small compared to what was out there. The Royal Air Force, were reasonably large, but not as big, of course, as the Luftwaffe at that time. So enter the United States Army Air Force, and I'm going to show you the structure and how these letters represent what exactly. Let's have a little look, if I can, in this wind. Oh my word, I'll tell you what, this has to be the windiest year I've ever experienced. Right, let's have a little look what we got here. I'll try my best to keep this not rattling. I've put little let's have a look. I've got quite a bit here for you. I've tried to get all the shapes for you as well. Oh my word. Right. Yeah, I don't, oh dear. Right, here we go. Come on. Okay, luckily I've got these little clamps. Right, let's have a look at the 3rd Air Force. Right, hopefully you can see that. Okay, this is the, I'm really hoping you can actually see that, all right. Let me move that a little bit this way. Let me see if I can get better lighting for you. Here you go, that might be better, wouldn't it? Is that better or worse? Might be worse, actually. Yeah, here's better, that's all right, isn't it? So yes, here we go. Now, you've got an Air Force, okay, which is the United States Air Force, but you've also got numbers. So we're going to talk about the mighty 8th, which you may have heard, but let's look at the categorization of it, really structured. So you've got the 8th Air Force, then you've got a division, then you've got a wing, then a group, and then a squadron. I've just realized I've forgotten R. R. Then what they did, they decided to have identifiers because they felt that it was a very practical way to get at your own groups and squadrons into formation. Now what they did, they came up with a free system because they had 3 divisions. They had shapes, geometric shapes. The triangle was the 1st Air Division, circular was the 2nd Air Division, and the square was the 3rd Air Division. Now usually you get these on B-24 Liberators, the circle. It was quite common. In fighter groups, it was common to have 3 squadrons. In bombardment groups, it was around 4, and sometimes on rare occasions maybe a 5th. That's the United States Army Air Force structure of roundels. In 1919 it had the red meatball and the white star on a blue background, and they emitted red when they entered the Pacific, the battles in the Pacific. So in May 15th, goodness me, 1942, there was no more red dot. June 28th, 1943, to boost visibility, that's when they added the bar. And then in June 43 to August 43, they added a red star with it as well. But again, it depends on where you were. So this is just a little basic example. You may have seen the triangle K. So again, that's the 1st Air Division. The K, that each letter, by the way, now I'm going to get to the letters in just a moment. Each letter represented an actual group. So the K was the 379th. Now the D in a square, because you can have the same letter but in a different shape, that was a completely different group because it was part of a different division. I will show you them all in just a moment. So if it's a D in a square, that's the 100th Bomb Group. Now because it's a square, the 3rd Air Division. Now this circle meant that they were the 2nd Air Division, the 491st. You got to remember how many of these bomb groups there were. Each air division, goodness me, it's horrible out here. Each air division had attached fighter wings as well. So the 1st Air Division, 2nd Air Division had the 65th, 1st had the 67th, the 3rd the 66th. So the 100th Bomb Group were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing, and that comprised of the 55th, 78th, 339, the 353rd and the 357th Fighter Groups. And of course, don't forget, each of these fighter groups had their 3 squadrons. And this is why I think, because Lakenheath's fighter group had 4 squadrons, when this all got structured, I think generally that's why they moved the 495th. But anyway, oh my word, it is absolutely hard work in this wind. One day the wind will just calm down. let's have a look at the 1st Air Division markings. I don't know how long this is going to last, but I'll keep going. I'm really sorry about this. It is absolutely awful. Okay, so here's the 1st Air Division. So this is all the triangles that I've put together for you. So the triangle A was the 91st, B was the 92nd. I'm going to see there is some form of structure, all right, and the C went right up to the 303rd, so that kind of did it. But it's interesting to see the C on a different shape. Okay, we didn't have a triangle D, but don't forget these 3 groups were part of a wing, okay, in each section. So the 41st bombardment wing had these 3 groups. The 94th bomb wing had these. So each letter represented the actual bomb group itself. Goodness me, it's starting to calm down a little bit. A triangle P, the 384th at Grafton Underwood, for example. See, yeah, and then you got the 92nd bomb group, the 305th. You know, each one letter would designate that. So the 13th bomb wing, I've done a little intro here. So you got the square B, the square D, and the square J. Look at the numbers. Look, B was the 95th, D was the 100th, and J was the 390th. I'm going to show you the structure of the 2nd Air Division, which was usually on the B-24 Liberators. Let's have a little look at those. You may know some of these. So here we go. This is the 2nd bomb wing that I drew for you here. So they're quite high numbers. Look. Goodness me. Oh my word. Oi. So there you go. And because they were part of the 2nd Air Division, okay, they were looked after by the 65th wing. Now, some of them you may know. So the 355th were at Steeple Morden. The 361st Fighter Group, they were based at Bottisham. Again, not far from here, these groups. But you had, because the 8th Air Force's fighter groups, they were escorting. That was their role, really, to escort the bombers, which is why their aerial victories were substantially higher than the 9th Air Division, the 9th Air Force, because their role was really for ground attacks and support the troops on the ground. So there's our Liberator tail there, look. So you had a circle, again, 2nd Air Division, and the H represented the 446 bomb group. And don't forget, what I haven't got you here is all the squadrons that go with it. And then you've got the squadron code, this JU, so you can see what I've done here. So we know this is the 2nd Air Division. We know now that it's H means the 446. The only way you're gonna try to match is to actually learn each shape with each letter. Underneath you would have had the actual identifier, the aircraft. They also had that on the United States Army Air Forces. And then you had 2 letters here, just like the Royal Air Force. They had, this was the 707th Bomb Squadron. Goodness me, I absolutely rattled here. Right, let's have a... Before I finish on the markings, I've got you them. Oh, here you go. So I'm going to show you where the 100th Bomb Group fitted in. I did this one live the other day because I didn't have them written down. But you can see here, that might be a better pen to use actually. 8th Air Force, these are all the squares, all right? So again, the square meant the 3rd Air Division, but each set of groups, so you can see there's a set of 4, 3, 3, 4, they were all belonging to a wing, a bombardment wing. So Mildenhall's 100th Bomb Group, the square D, sorry, it looks a bit like a P there, but it is a square D. The 100th, so we now know that the 100th Bomb Group were not only part of the 3rd Air Division, they were part of the 13th Bomb Wing, all right? And what have I done here, look? They were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing. These are all the squadrons that looked after the 3rd Air Division. And there we go, the 351st EP, Echo Papa. These are the 4 squadrons of the 100th Bomb Group. So 349th, 350th, 351st and the 418th. And these are their markings that were on their aircraft. Look at that. Pretty cool, isn't it? Oh dear. Goodness me. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that anyway. Because of the, oh, what have I got here? Alright, let me just pop that somewhere safely. Goodness me. So there's our B-17. So you would have had a square and the D, and that's the flight aircraft identifier. So this was A. So they kept that A to Z, so of 26 aircraft. If it went over, it would have had a 2 usually. But there we go. Pretty cool, huh? Oh yeah, didn't show you that. Didn't show you the squadron markings there. Look. So you got the 2 squadron markings, and this one, some of them I noticed didn't have any markings on. But anyway, back to the show. What a day we've had already. Absolutely incredible. I hope that's answered your questions. So of the 4 squadrons, only 1 survives today, and during the history of the 100th bomb group, of course in history they change roles, like you'll find out tomorrow if I get a chance at Lakenheath. So don't forget the 100th bomb group. They are here today. They're still going, but then they've been renamed to the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. So we've got to also understand that 3 of their squadrons obviously became inactive. So right up until 1942, pretty much, and when they were activated, right up to, you know, in their history, they did actually change roles. They were also the 100th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing as well. So they did get wing status in 1953, but it was officially activated in 1956. So I'm going to go with that, because I read that it was proposed to be established in 53 and was officially made a wing in 56. So this is, if you remember my 48 fighter wing history of World War II, I couldn't find any because they weren't a wing in World War II. They were a group, and that's the thing. So they got wing status in 1956. So activated as a group, a bombardment group in 42. They became inactive in 1949, and then they were stood up and officially activated as a wing in 1956. They also had other roles, such as the 100th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing as well. That's during the Cold War. And they became the 100th Air Refeuling Wing after that. And that wasn't here that they became established as the Air Refeuling Wing, but this was done in the late 70s. So there we go, and they didn't arrive here until February 1992. I hope that made sense anyway. And I have to admit, it is really hard to do this in the wind. It's like I'm trying to concentrate and just getting punched in the face by wind. It's really, really distracting and horrible, but I'll keep going. One day there'll be some. I don't mind the cold either. I don't mind, as long as it's not windy. I can, you know, just give you all the info that you need. So this stands proudly on the KC-135s and the tower. It is not on the CV-22s, nor the Mc-130J, nor the Rivet Joint, nor the Wolfhound. Why? Because those aircraft belong to a different wing, and they have their own history and lineage. just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. Cup of tea, Tom. Oh yeah! Ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. doing, ladies and steady base? Yeah, sorry about that. I had to put an advert on quickly. Just had to sort one of the cables out. Should be all good now. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. All is good. Oh my word. Thanks, Captain A. How are we all doing? Hope you're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Woo. Oh my word. Yeah, honestly, I don't think this wind is broadcasted. Not like this. Forecasted like this. There's no way. I mean, it's just absolutely ruthless. It's been. But hey, we've had a busy morning. C-17s, everything today. It's been really good, and I hope you've enjoyed it. So we're all good, we're back. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. A Guards March to you. And Margot, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March. And Cox, thank you very much. Super sticker as well, thank you very much. A Guards March to you. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much for the super chat. Guards March. But how's it going? We're all good. And Cox, thank you very much as well for the super chat. Nicholas, great streaming, thank you. Have a cup of tea. A confession, I would have had a cup of tea, but there's no tea bags in the flask, so no tea. But I do have a can of Coke, that'll do. Not the same, sadly it's tea down. I've left my tea bags at home. Never mind. Huh? I'll probably take one off you, yeah. Thank you. Margot, opening bid for any of Ted's drawings today. Ted's channel, great fun and banter. Guards March. Ellie J Approach, high five and a Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. What I might do is have spare tea bags in the van. There you go. That'll stop that from happening. We Stevie Boy bid on behalf of Margot's desire to collect Ted's drawings. A Guards March to you. Rachel Sibley, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And James Skelton as well, high five. Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Also got Fat Cat, welcome, high five. That looks like Top Cat, I love that. I used to love Top Cat. Guards March to you, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Right, I'll be back. Yeah, I know it's tea down. I filled the flask up with hot water, but didn't put any tea bags in there. Got milk, sir. Oh, okay, mate. Cheers.
I'm going to drop the other bag.
There you go.
I've got tea bags in there.
Well, I'll remember that for next time.
No sugar in it, sir.
That's fine. well, yeah, tea's a little bit mellow, but that's fine. I don't mind. I drink both, like I said. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, spare tea bags next time. Oh, that's cool, mate. What a busy morning. KC-46, yes, I don't know where that went.
No, the British one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the Voyager?
No, the Rivet Joint.
Oh.
He was on his way down, then he swerved away.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, Goose 51. Yeah. I see it. In here, hasn't it? Had everything. Just need that CV-22 to go. Good. Low level through the Mach loop or something, you never know, it'd be nice. Is that something started up?
Don't be bad.
I'll get myself back on. if you remember that this is one of the original World War II hangars right there, still going. And I've got a little photo, look at this, of Wellingtons, and if you can see that there, that distinctive shape, look at that, absolutely incredible, right? So that's one of the, that is an original World War II, and I've managed to find a photo of 149 Squadron who were here before they moved to RAF Lakenheath, just across the road. How amazing is that? Awesome, isn't it?
Love you, Ted!
Oi, oi! Yes! Oh, that was awesome. One of the airmen there from RAF Mildenhall. Thank you very much, Team Mildenhall. Big shout out to the 100th LRS Logistics Readiness Squadron and all the crew and all personnel that work here. Thank you for what you do. It does make us proud to have you here, so thank you all so much. Oh yeah. I don't know if you heard that. That was absolutely wonderful. That was cool, man. That was great. Goodness me, and hope you enjoy the history here. It's packed with so much history. May have, I mean, I can hear an aircraft, I can hear something spooling in the distance. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Before I go into a little bit of detail, for those who don't know about the Supermarine bomber that wasn't to be, I know we all are quite familiar, or if you're not, the Supermarine were really renowned for the Spitfire, of course, and all the various marks of Spitfire, and the Spiteful as well, and the Sea Fury and the Seafire, sorry, etc. And of course the Supermarine 317, the 4-engine bomber that wasn't meant to be. But what I was going to do, before I give you that, I thought I'd give you a little bit of history of the actual base itself, because it does have some amazing history, sort of when it first began before the Second World War, right up to 1945, and then after that, during the Cold War era, it was completely something else. I mean, it was an icon for the SR-71 Blackbird. It was just, you know, and the U-2 were here, the Silk Purse, and you know, the B-29, B-50s, we had all sorts here. The iconic aircraft that were once here is just phenomenal. Now, the ICAO code, the ICAO code is EGUN, for those who don't know, but the plans to build this base happened all the way back, dating to the 1920s. Plans to build a base for Bomber Command use, and when you think about it, it's only 2 years, literally, after this, you know, the end of the First World War. But things weren't looking quite right, and you know, we always you know, have that ideal of having a world peace, but in fact things weren't looking great in the 20s already, and Bomber Command were looking potentially you know, to have a base here. And this is way before Bomber Command even came into existence. They didn't become until 1936, but a plan to build even a base here for bomber use dates back to the 20s. And in 1930, construction began with an earlier name. It was originally proposed to become RAF Beck Row, but it changed a year before it was completed in 1933, and it changed to Mildenhall. Now, Beck Row and West Row, they're not far from here. You got Beck Row that way, West Row in this vicinity, all the way around here. These are villages that the base was going to be given the name of, but eventually it changed to RAF Mildenhall. And it was on the 16th of October 1934 that Mildenhall opened, and it was King George V officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October 1934. Now remember that date, because it is, you know, a few years before the invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939. So, you know, that again, it's, you know, getting things in case, you know, and training your airmen, getting ready for a just in case. First Wing Commander here, first commander of the base was Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE, who assumed command here of the base. And on the 20th of October 1934, the very first sortie was something of a fun one, and I wish they still do this today. It was the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club, and it was an amazing race. It was Mildenhall to Melbourne, Australia, and it was CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black who won in their beautifully red, cherry red, or Ferrari red, whatever you want to call it, in de Havilland red. How's that? The DH-88 Comet Grosvenor House, which, you know, it still flies today. It's at the old Warden Aerodrome as part of the Shuttleworth collection, and it took 71 hours from here to get to Melbourne, Australia. They won a grand total prize money of 1934's money of £10,000 on the 15th of November 1934. 99 Squadron were the first to become operational unit here with the Handley Page Hayford. Now, this was a bit of an era of bombers, a fashion, so to speak, was the likes of the Handley Page Hayford. Handley Page were building things labelled such as the Paralyzer, the O-1500s and things like that, and he really pushed for a heavy bomber at that time. And there was a fashion of Rolls-Royce Kestrel engines, or at least a fashion producing around 600 or so horsepower. And the Hayford bomber, wingspan of 75 feet, length was 58 feet, and we're talking biplane here with the two Rolls-Royce Kestrels. Now those were rated at 525 horsepower, 142 miles per hour max speed, with, you know, a 2,500 pound of payload. Now that's more than the Bristol Blenheim, although, you know, got to give it to the Bristol Blenheim because it did start off as a civilian venture. 1935, forming from B Flight, 99 Squadron, the B Flight became 38 Bomber Squadron. Now it's interesting to know that 99 Squadron are still flying today. They're based at RAF Brize Norton. The other thing I learned as well is that a couple of things from World War II. Military airfields of the Royal Air Force were called stations, or at least military airfields were called stations. And also what I found, and I overlooked it, you'll notice there's always two squadrons with a B flight each. There wasn't really a third. So a bit like, you know, organisation of the way things work for the Royal Air Force, or at least the bomber stations. So 1936 Bomber Command formed, and it was number 5 group that came here first, but a month later they actually moved to Lincolnshire, St Vincent's Hall. So it was number 3 group. So 3 group were in this whole region of Ely, Bury, St Edmunds, Suffolk, and the Cambridgeshire region. And once they, towards the end, the conversion to the Fairey Hendon night bombers, which I showed you on that picture, also interestingly Feltwell opened. Now it's about 10 miles, so it is a tri-base system, and like I said, even with Lincolnshire, an average of 7 miles apart the airfields were, and it was done for good reason. Feltwell opened in and started operating their Harrows in 1937. It was April 1937 that 149 Squadron arrived here with the Wellington bombers, the RAF's most produced bomber, over 11,460 of these. And it was in 1938 99 Squadron also converted to the Wellington bomber. Now I've got a Wellington bomber here which I can show you. Now it is a little bit windy. I'm going to try and show you. I will do my best. It is on a fact sheet, although it's probably going to get destroyed, but I'll do my best if I can show you. There is a gentleman out there that's planning to make me, because I want to show you what the yeah, here we go. I'm going to see if I can do this. Imagine this here. I mean, let's see if I can show you this fact sheet of the Hayford. I want to show you the vastness of this thing. I shouldn't say it like that, but you know, have a look at this, see what you think. I mean, look at this biplane. I mean, this thing was huge. Don't know if you can see that. I mean, look at that. Isn't that just a beast? And you can see, you know, in scale, a person there, look. I mean, that is just, you know, and these are, I like this. You got 1930 bombers, although they didn't see any operations. I mean, there's the Harrow that was operating at Feltwell as well. And don't forget, Lakenheath didn't actually have any residents until 1941. I'll explain a little bit about hang on, if I can flip the page over, I might be able to get you. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Amazing, isn't it? But there we go. That's history. That's evolution for you of military aircraft. Let me just put this picture back. But they're really, really handy little fact sheets, those. Quite like them, aren't they? They're pretty cool to have. But there we go. That's what the Handley Page Hayford. Again, the name Handley Page, a legend, you know, made so many wonderful aircraft. And he brought one out with the Wellington, because the Wellington come out. Let me show you the Wellington actually. The Wellington came out and it was made in the same specification. So if I show you that, it was made in the same specification as the Handley Page Hampden. Okay, now look at that. What I didn't get the Hampden bomber with me this time. I've left it in the van. But what I was going to say is that if you know what it looks like, two different manufacturers given the same operational requirement on an air specification, B9/32. But look at this, two different looking aircraft. You know, one had the 3-foot fuselage, but this beauty carried on right way after the war, I think in the mid-60s, mid-50s, made in 16 different variants, and it was the Pegasus that really set the fashion for monoplane bombers. It started off with the Pegasus engine. The Mark II had the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, and the Mark IIIs and Mark Xs, they had the Bristol Hercules. Really punchy engines, could do something like 260 miles per hour. Had a good payload of 4,500 pounds. It served well. Had a really, had a pretty good reputation, but you know, at the end of the day, defense, and defense. You got to remember that, you know, what we had of the likes of 4 engines. You know, the Air Ministry required, and they put out a specification for a 4-engine heavy bomber, which we'll talk about in just a moment. I was going to show you the, I was going to kind of explain the Supermarine 317, but my point is, this was really a free group bomber command kind of aircraft in the skies. I love that blue sky that you can see there. It did serve well. Made in 16 different variants, even a record breaker as well. They made the Vickers Armstrong branch at Broughton in Flintshire. The men and women worked tirelessly to beat a world record of 48 hours to assemble and fly a bomber. The world record at the time was 48 hours. Well, in 1943, they built one of these in 23 hours and 50 minutes and flew it an hour later. I know, how amazing is that? They set the record for 30 hours, but they completely smashed that. In fact, they beat their own record by 6 hours that they had to wake up the pilot early in the morning to get it to fly. In fact, 2 of the hours, or at least an hour and a half or so, was done in the engine checks and runs, because obviously they had to check the engines that were, you know, suitable and safety. The other amazing thing, which I have forgotten to tell you about, even the actual design of the airframe, designed by Sir Barnes Wallis, he made a geodetic airframe. There's a little example, I love that. Sometimes you can see these little examples going right across these, they're like little crisscross windows, and that was the thing. He made a geodetic airframe. It's a bit similar, sort of. You can see the chain link fence there. Imagine that as an airframe. It was easy to assemble, pushed together in sections. It was a remarkable aircraft, really, the way it was done. And actually, I've just thought something really fun to tell you about the Halifax as well, which I've got here, which also served here. I've just remembered a little bit of fact about the Halifax aircraft as well. So yeah, Barnes Wallis made this lovely airframe called the geodetic airframe. Could take a lot of battle damage, and yeah, had a reasonable, good reputation. I don't see anything. Listen to those engines. But that's what was here. From 1938, a really lovely Wellington bomber there. So those 99 and 149 Squadron were operating the Wellington bomber here, and on the day of declaration of war, so the 3rd of September 1939, 6 hours after that declaration, 3 Wellingtons of 149 Squadron, so the aircraft I showed you there, took off for a raid to bomb German battleships in Kiel. And it was in early 1939 to 1940, decision was made to protect Mildenhall. Now, Mildenhall also needed some satellite stations. It was getting quite used in the Second World War. But before they could do that, just south of Brandon, so like Lakenheath, Warren area, they built what's called a decoy airfield. Now, I will explain a bit more detail tomorrow when we're at Lakenheath, but I'll show you, for those that know the decoy airfield, literally a fake airfield. Don't forget they had Wellington bombers here. So what they did, you haven't. Oh, bless it. Tea delivery. Is that what I think it is? You are a star. Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to keep these so I don't forget. I poured the water out and it was just water. And I was like, I don't... What's your name? Sorry. Lisa. Thank you so much. Guards march for Lisa. She's brought me tea bags. Yes. For those, I think for those that pushed that forward, I think Aspen, thank you so much for asking and putting that out there. Oh, that's so sweet. Thanks a lot, Lisa. Oh, amazing, amazing, amazing. I love that. So yeah, there was a decoy airfield and it was a Q site. There was a K and a Q, and K was for daytime and Q site was for nighttime. Why is that important? Well, operating a decoy airfield at night needed a lot more visual effects. So you needed a couple of officers operating the lights, making aircraft look like they're moving at night. So things are a little bit different. There were occasions where there was a K and a Q site, where it was both day and night. But you know, when we think of decoy airfields, they were to protect the current airfield next to it. And Lakenheath was attacked 5 times as a decoy airfield, which means it saved Mildenhall on at least 5 times, which is obviously worked. I'm going to show you in a bit more detail tomorrow when we're at Lakenheath. I'll get you a little diagram, Nikos style, yeah? But in 1941, it was decided to actually build on that very decoy airfield, or at least build in that vicinity an actual airfield. Now, Mildenhall was the main station, and it had satellite stations, so Newmarket Heath, Tuddenham, again not far away, and Lakenheath. Now we know Lakenheath is just literally 5 miles in that direction of the backwards crow flying, and again it was the satellite station. Just to reiterate, just like Coningsby, the main station, and Woodhall Spa was its satellite station. It's like an extension, it's like having another airfield, and that's why satellite stations were very close together. I mean, why would you have it miles and miles away? Do you know? But obviously you don't want it too close, because you'll then conflict in each other's airspace, and it could cause incidences. November 1941, 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bomber. Now remember that short Stirling bomber, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about why it was chosen. And on the 15th of December 1941, 419 Royal Canadian Air Force activated here at Mildenhall as well. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419, 17 of 149 Squadron took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. There was a total of 1,047 bombers in those raids, in that raid, and it was 3 raids right up to July, right up to the summer on German cities. And the thing is, with the 1,000 bomber raids, it was 3 like literally statement, like we shall not be bullied type of raids. You've got to remember the Air Chief Marshal Harris, Bomber Harris was his nickname. He didn't want any of this to be bullied. He was like, no, we're not getting bullied by this guy, we're not doing that. I'm going to send 1,000 bombers and prove a point. One problem: we didn't have 1,000 bombers, so where did he get them? So, making a few calls, he did ask Coastal Command. They're like, no. Although Coastal Command did take part in the last, the third 1,000 bomber raid, but there was actually 3 1,000 bomber raids. The first one, 1,047. I think they lost about 47 aircraft, which, if you put that into a ratio, that's pretty good ratio, really, when you think about it. But 599 of those were actually Vickers Wellington bombers, which is amazing. But it was a right statement, and it was deemed as, you know, very, very successful if you think about the ratio to that. So there we go. And in 1942, 75 Squadron replaced 419, and 115 Squadron arrived here. And on the 13th of April 1943, 15 Squadron arrived in Horsa gliders, and they were returning them from Mildenhall for storage, and it was by 25 glider maintenance squadron as well, and they were readied, or being readied, for the Mediterranean theatre of operations in March 1944. So a lot was going on here. On the 10th of August 1943, 622 B Squadron activated from a sea flight of 15 Squadron. 15 Squadron were flying, eventually will be flying Lancasters, and it was indeed in November of 1943. We had Lancasters and also Halifaxes as well that were operating here. And on the 22nd of March 1944, Lancaster and Halifaxes took part in a raid over Big B. Now, Big B was a nickname for Berlin. That was 800 missions, and a massive mission. It was 800 bombers took part in that. And on D-Day, even Mildenhall took part in D-Day. 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadrons, they hit and took part in raids over the Atlantic Wall, and the day after that they carried out more raids striking targets. On December 1945, after the war, B-17s arrived here with the Avro Lincoln, and we've spoken about the Avro Lincoln as well. I think it was 230 OCU that were going to be operating here to become the operational conversion unit. And 1947 to 48, the runways closed to make way for the heavy bombers indeed. But the OCU didn't quite work out. Now I'm going to just stop there with the history right up to sort of 1948, Cold War. Now, I know what you may be thinking. It's a Royal Air Force station. Why is the United States Air Force operating here? And why is it not called Mildenhall Air Force Base? The Cold War is the answer to that. And the thing is, you've got to remember, historically, 1943 and 42. First of all, 1942, when the United States Army Air Force started to arrive here with their officers. Then the echelons started to arrive. Really, in 1943, it was like an influx of B-17s, B-24 Liberators, you know, and that changed the course of the war. And what made that happen? The Pearl Harbor attacks, 7th of December 1941, completely changed the whole strategy. The weight was like this for the Axis. It was now tipping, because the might of the mighty Air Force, then the 9th Air Force that arrived here, and with the likes of, you know, when we have a world war, sadly, things break out. Lots of people have disagreements. The world is completely disagreeing with everything. Sadly, it does open out to other things, such as civil wars. And the problem there with the Cold War, you know, things were looming again for another situation. So in 1950 for here, so 1948, Lakenheath started to operate under the United States Air Force. And that's why. So it's still owned. So what I'm getting at is still owned by the Royal Air Force. There's even a Royal Air Force Commander, as well as a United States Air Force Commander as well. So you've got a historic background of the United States Air Force operating, and that is, you know, very, very important, historic, a brotherhood that's forming, and a bridge that is a statement for freedom, because it is, remember, I've always said it's a people's war. You know, that they were just something else, a different pedigree, just young men, you know, some of them lying about their age just to get in or to look better. You know, I'm 23 when they were actually 19 or 20. That is a different category. But I'm going to stop just quickly with 1950. That's so Mildenhall became a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force base, and it wasn't until 1950, 58, sorry, that they operated solely. I think that's the same sort of timing as Brize Norton as well. Now I'm going to show you something. I mentioned about the Supermarine bomber. Now this could have changed things. I'm going to show you something. I don't have a Supermarine 317, but I've got something that looks similar to it, and I'll show you. Hey, how we doing? Right, let me just see if I got it. Where is it? I'm going to go and have a cup of tea in a minute. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nikos, that is a B-17. Correct, but wait. Just wait for it. The nearest I could find to a Supermarine 317 is this. Now, I know what you're thinking. Nikos, that is a B-17. Correct. I think the angle of the leading edge of the wings was maybe a little bit more swept, and here was a bit more flatter, or a little bit more level. I've only got, I mean, you'll have to probably do it yourself. I'm pretty sure it was a little bit more straight here on the 317. I could be wrong, but we had a proposal by the Air Ministry. Don't forget, we had aging Hamdens. You know, can you imagine, you know, going into raids with Hamdens and you know, not to take it away from the Vickers Wellington, and of course we had failing Avro Manchesters as well. Some F-35s in the background. Now, the specification was B1236, which Supermarine were originally given the contract. Now we all know R.J. Mitchell, Reginald J. Mitchell, the legendary main designer, and he came up with something similar to this. It really did look similar to this. Okay, different style tail. In fact, it looked like one of the original B-17 C model, the A model tail actually, to be exact. Now it had a speed proposing of 325 to 360 miles per hour, 97 foot wingspan with 73 foot and 6 inches of length. The 316, there was a Supermarine 316 and a 317, and then he was going to put a 318 with Merlin engines, but they had to stop that, and it had a 14,500 pound of bomb load on this thing. 4 engines. Now you're probably thinking, well, what's wrong with that? There was also a backup, an S29, and that was by the Short brothers with the Short Sterling. This was the main contract to Supermarine to do this. Don't forget, R.J. Mitchell already had a great reputation, and they were going to put they were going to do a Supermarine 318 with Rolls-Royce Merlin engines, but they were told to stop that and, you know, just use the Bristol Hercules engines. And sadly, the 2 prototypes were destroyed in a raid. I know, what bad luck is that? And that was on you know, 26th of September 1940, and R.J. Mitchell had sadly passed away in 1937, so the contract was given to the Short brothers at Short Sterling. Sorry, to the Short brothers who made the Short Sterling. Oh my God, this wind is awful. So I've got a little Short Sterling. Oh, goodness me. Whoa, 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 whoa. So there's our Short Sterling bomber, the legendary Short Sterling. Look at it. Now, it was thanks to the destruction and the attacks of the only 2 prototypes of the Supermarine 317 that this got the go-ahead. Again, built under B1236 of the Air Ministry's requirement, and it entered service with number 7 Squadron at RAF Leeming. Had a massive 13-metre length of a weapons bay, or a bomb bay, and it had, goodness me, sorry about this, and it had 2 bomb bays here. The only problem with the way the Short brothers designed this at their factory, it had 2 dividers in that massive 13 metre of a bomb load, right? That bomb bay, but they had dividers here. The problem is you can only fit a maximum 2,000 pound bomb, you know, in there. You can fit a load of 2,000 pound bombs up to 14,000 pounds of payload. The problem is with that, the Royal Air Force were making bigger bombs. I know, they were making 4,000 pounder, 6,000, they were making 14,000 pound Torboy bombs. You know, okay, with modification there was a 22,000 pounder, but the point is, you could not fit a 4,000 pounder or a 3,000 pounder. You can only fit 2,000 pound. And the problem is, I'm guessing that it was too much to actually, you know, modify that. So sadly, in the end, the Wellington bomber, sorry, the Short Sterling bomber became the bomber that didn't bomb, because from 1943, it was kind of a nice little PFO example. It was kind of relegated to towing missions, and it was effective at towing. It carried out missions over D-Day by towing the Horsa glider, the airspeed Horsa glider, because it was able to carry 14,000 pounds. But carrying and towing a Horsa glider would be no problem for an engine, for an aircraft like that. The other problems were, for some reason, the sort of maximum service ceiling, fully loaded and fully fueled, was only at 17,000 pounds. At 17,000 feet. Sorry, the wind has really messed my brain up, mate. It can only get to 17,000 feet of service ceiling. And in that same year, not long after, was the Handley Page Halifax, but that was built in the specification, same specification as the Avro Manchester. So that's a couple of other things about the short Stirling as well, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so look at that, beautiful. I mean, it was, it was a lovely 99-foot maximum wingspan. Now, there is a myth that says that it was something to do with the the hangars. The RAF didn't have the width. Because apparently on that specification it said that the hangars were, you couldn't fit anything larger than 100 foot, which is complete incorrect, because the B-17, the Halifax and the Avro Lancaster had over 100 foot wingspan. It was 102, 104 foot, and it was only because that specification for the short Stirling B-1236, it just said not in excess of 100 feet. I don't actually know why they did that. I think it was just to keep the size down. But for what reason? But the wing area, the Short brothers took the Short Sunderland wing pretty much and shortened it. You got a lot of characteristics of the Short Sunderland, but even this, they literally took the hull off underneath, the bottom, the lower deck, and they kept this angle, which usually was for the sea spray. I mean, it was a great aircraft, and the thing is, pilots loved it. Why? Well, because of the smaller, well, I say smaller, we're only talking about 2 to 4 foot. It was really manoeuvrable. I think it's because of its longer fuselage. It was able to outmaneuver fighters in defensive manoeuvres from attacks from, let's say, like ME-110s. So it was very manoeuvrable, more manoeuvrable than the Lancaster and the Halifax. And the thing is, okay, you didn't have that service ceiling, so when going over the Alps, it was going to be a little bit bumpy. But at the end of the day, it served well. Pilots loved it. It could take a battering, and it, sadly, it was sort of outperformed by the likes of the Halifax. But then the Halifax was outperformed in some ways, because the Halifax was almost as good as the Lancaster with a few design faults, and we'll show you that in a moment. Because the Halifaxes were based here. So the HP-56, there's the Handley Page Halifax. Now, if you look at the Mark 1s, there was a bit of a problem there. So the weapons bay, so the load, the bob bay was at 6.7 meters. Our short Stirling was 13 meters. It was colossal. 104 foot wingspan. First served with 35 Squadron Linton on Ouse, and it was in service 13th of November 1940. 282 miles per hour max speed, 13,000 pound of bomb load. It hit the spot from the Air Ministry's P1336. Now, the problem was a couple of things. The kidney design I don't have the kidney design, but this was changed. The kidney design was on the original. It was almost like a little kidney shape, little fins here. Problem with that, when doing defensive maneuvers, it would spin out of control and go in a flat dive, spinning, corkscrewing, and pilots couldn't rectify it. So any evasive maneuvers would lead to catastrophic consequences, not because of the attacking fighters, from going in a spin and not being able to come out of it and to remedy it. So that was problem number one. That was causing a lot of aircrew deaths. So the Handley Page team changed it in later marks. The other one, the Bristol Hercules engines, now they did have earlier marks with Rolls-Royce engines. Again, they changed that and put these Bristol Hercules engines with a lot more power. Problem, we switched, the RAF switched to daylight, from daylight to nighttime bombings. Problem? Well, the thing is, you know, flames coming from engines weren't really a problem until at night, because at night you'd have flames coming out of here. Night fighters of the Luftwaffe would be, I see a bomber here, and that's exactly what they did. They just looked out for the flames, and that was it. And once they attacked one bomber, once they became successful and it was on flames, well, it was almost like a glowing torch, and it would light up the rest of the crew. So, you know, it was almost there, and I don't want to take it away, because it was a, you know, it was a great bomber. It did the job, but it was out sort of, it was sort of, I think the, you know, the Lancaster had such a good reputation, because, you know, when they say they got it right first time, the problem is, sort of, because the Avro Manchester was where it came from. I mean, that thing was only made in only made 200 Avro Manchesters, and it was the underperforming, unreliable engines. You know, with a 33 foot, that's 10.06 meters of weapons bay. It could carry 14,000 pound torpedo. It could be modified to take 22,000 pounds of bombs. I mean, this was, it could take, you know, a normal op, 18,000 pound of payload. It had all that. It really did. 21,000 or 22,000 feet service ceiling, 102 foot wingspan. But the Avro Lancaster owes it to the failure of the Avro Manchesters, the Mark 1 and the Mark 1A, and you know, it had a 90 foot or so wingspan with the two Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, which on paper sounded brilliant at 17,060 horsepower, but they were unreliable. They killed more aircrew, the engines, than the actual attacks from enemy fighters, because the engines would catch fire. The ball bearings were an issue. They'd heat up and cause the engines to catch fire. These propellers started to feather and wobble and cause all sorts of wear and tear. And you know, it wasn't uncommon to hear a pilot radioing in saying engine 1 on fire, engine 2 not looking too good either. But Roy Chadwick and his crew at AV Row, they made this. They extended the wings by 12 foot, 6 foot either side, 102 foot, added 4 new engines, Rolls-Royce Merlins, with less power at 1,300 and also 1,300 horsepower. However, guess what? They were more reliable, and it was to become the most successful RAF heavy bomber of World War II. Well, looks like we had all the movements earlier in the morning. A big shout out to our friends here at Team Mildenhall. Hope we're all good. So yeah, that's a little bit of insight, just a little bit of background into the bombers there. And of course, for those who don't know, the Avro Lancaster evolved into the Avro Lincoln, and you could say the Avro Lincoln kind of evolved into the Shackleton. So yes, from 1950, it was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force. It was, of course, Strategic Air Command, and we had the likes of the B-50D Super Fortress here, which really changed things. And on the 1st of May 1951, Strategic Air Command took control of Mildenhall, and they rotated bomb wings here. So it was the 2nd bomb wing arrived on TDY, temporary duty, and that was from Hunter Air Force Base in Georgia. There was also the 22nd Bomb Wing, 93rd Bomb Wing, and the 509th. There was also, assisting them was the KC-97 Stratotanker. That was from 1951. And it was, their role was really to support the Stratojet, the B-47 at RAF Alconbury, which, for those that know me well, would have loved to have seen one of those fly. The WB-50D as well, they were also here of the 58th Weather Squadron. And Strategic Air Command finally departed Mildenhall in 1959. And it was from there that literally Mildenhall was the sole operator. Just the it was after that it was just the US Air Force operating here. In 1966, 1st of July, even the 513th Troop Carrier Wing arrived here from Air Refeuling Air Base in France with its activation at Mildenhall. The 513th Troop Carrier Wing assumed control. There was also 2 rotational troop carrier squadrons, the 7441st and the 7742nd Troop Carrier Squadrons of the operating 20 C-130 Hercules. There was also 5 Boeing EC-135Hs here as well. And then the next kind of turning point and era for Lakenheath were the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing of Detachment 4. So this was a real significant event, really. Detachment 4, 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, that was on 1976, and they also controlled in rotation the U-2 and the SR-71 Blackbird operations. Now, on their arrival until their departure on the 18th of January 1990, the 306 Strategic Wings SR-71s and U-2 aircraft, it really was a symbol of Mildenhall. It really brought it to the public eye. I mean, having SR-71 Blackbirds here is obviously something else. And post-Cold War, right up to present, another turning point, you know, for Mildenhall was, of course, February 1992, the arrival of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing. And we all know they had their own history and background as well. The 501st Combat Support Wing also activated at Mildenhall on the 21st of May 2005. They are a non-flying squadron, but they've also got units at Crawton, Alconbury, Fairford. Also the 352nd Special Operations Wing, and a deployment of the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron are also here, part of 55th Wing, that are actually based at Offutt Air Force Base. And I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, I think.
Now you've got some.
Now that I've got some, thanks to Lisa. Big shout out. Love it. I might be able to catch a quick cup of tea before our arrivals. Got KC-135 heading back now. Gucci man, has he ordered pizza? Gucci! It can only be Gooch. Or Simon Marshall. Yeah, that's one of those. Has he?
Yeah.
Timmy! I've just had a delivery of pizza from Tim Gooch. That guy is hilarious. was a lovely surprise there from Tim. Thanks a lot to Tim Gooch for the pizza and to Lisa for the bags of tea. Wow, thank you so much for that. Everyone helping out the TCS, I love that. Big shout out to everyone who's involved in that. Now, had a really good morning. It's still plenty to come back, so let's see. Might even get reach 911 as well. Right, I'm going to have to do it with my baseball hat because I think that's going to come off. And if you haven't done so already, don't forget to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're very close. In fact, it'll probably either overnight or tomorrow, and we'll probably get to 114,000 subscribers. Very, very close. It's just turning now, the KC-135. As soon as I see it, as soon as I got visual, I'll get you up there. The other cool thing, I guess I owe it to my parents, is that I will eat what I'm given. I will just eat it. I don't have any particular, although I've got my own preference when I order stuff, don't get me wrong, but I always find that when someone gets you something, I will just accept it and eat it. There you go. So whether it has anchovies, whether it has all these other things and olives, I'll have it. Bring it on. Tea, any brand, I'll drink it. Coffee, drink it. It's all good. I don't really have a lot of stuff that I don't like, but everyone is different. Everyone's unique, and that's what makes the world a spicy world, a spice of life, a variety. Sure about pizza with caviar though, but if someone made that for me, I'll give it a go. If you ain't tried it, you can't really quote on it really until you've tried it, I guess. But I don't think I've ever seen pizza with caviar. Tell you what, no, I've not seen it. Pizza with grapes, pizza with banana. Anyone had that? Pizza with fruit. Mind you, tomato is a fruit, so I guess we all eat tomato pizza with fruit, I guess. But yeah, I'll tell you what, the classic ham and pineapple, I had pepperoni and pineapple. That was really good. I think that's quite popular. Someone said that it's quite popular in Canada, the pepperoni and pineapple. Or am I getting that mixed up with pepperoni and ham? Sorry, pepperoni and mushroom. So we have like a farmhouse thing. I don't know where they get the names from. I mean, if you go to Hawaii and order a pizza, are you expected to have pineapple on it? I mean, you know, just saying. Right, here we go, our first arrival. Anyway, here we go. One thing we can agree on, we gotta love aviation. Military though. And for those fans of Donkey Kong, there we go. Bit of flashback from Donkey Kong LCD games of 1980. Look at that. Anyone play Donkey Kong? Wouldn't know what I'm on about. As we see, these can be fitted with not only the drogue pods for drogue and probe air-to-air refueling on the wings, they can also be fitted with both drogue basket style or boomstick at the back. I lost count. We had the C-17, we had four KC-135s and the Wolfhound and an MC-1. Was that seven departures? 1, 6, yeah, 7 departures I think we've had today, and all in the first sort of hour. And then it's obviously we've had a long break. CV-22 Osprey has only been flexing today, hasn't departed. The covers are on the engine. I believe it's requested to land. You can see the pods there for air-to-air refueling in the drogue and probe method. Say no to circuits, are we? harmonic and such a lovely shape. It really is. She certainly flies well. And these can go low level. I don't think we've caught one. We've got a C-17 on our list. Practicing all this. A good pilot is always practicing and training, and especially at this level, at military level. I mean, look at these. Beautiful. Here we go, another approach. So we could get a couple of circuits. So pilots can request the option. It's an option where at their discretion they do have the option to touch and go, low approach, classic go around, or even land if they require it to do so. But they've got the option, and it allows them to get some extra training in. So point of a touch and go if a split-second emergency happened on an aircraft, let's say in front of them onto the runway, they can do a touch and go, debris on the runway, fog on the runway, a vehicle stranded on the runway, taxiing aircraft, a rogue aircraft, anything, an animal running across the runway. A low approach could be, in the event of the pilot just getting it a little bit wrong, no harm in the go. There's absolutely no harm in a go around. Again, a low approach, if the approach is wrong, it's again another emergency that's just happened on the runway, anything like that. You know, you practice and practice, and then when the time comes, the training just kicks in, allowing you to naturally react in your training way, but this time in the real world. If they just literally just train to take off once, do a sort in, land, what good is that if there's an emergency and they have not ever trained to do so? Which is why they will do it over and over and over again at all levels of flying in the military world. who have joined to witness these wonderful circuits. If you haven't done so already, don't forget you've been cleared as well to touch and go on the like button. And do make sure you subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. If you love military aviation, we are hopefully going to give you the 5th and final show of the week tomorrow. We've done a full 5. You can come and join us tomorrow. Hopefully more circuits than the Formula 1 at this rate, and it's so good to see big iron heavies do this. We're so used to seeing the smaller, lighter fighter cleared for the option. Airfield recognition and instruments. Remember from yesterday, someone asked about these black squares with the yellow circle. That's your cable, your barrier arrestor kit. And if we go to the right, we'll see where the wheel is, where it's got the cable in there, all tensed on a special wheel which goes across. And of course, naturally, you'll get one on the other side. There you go. There's the. It's just a mark where the cable is. That there's those little grommets. They go under the ground and into this box here. And just here, you can see some yellow dashes and some solid yellow lines. So if you were coming from right, so we saw the aircraft coming right to left, and they've stopped here. So solid lines means you have to wait. This is where you wait, where we see the aircraft wait. And if you're coming from this way, you would have already had clearance and you don't need to stop here, you can just carry on. Okay, so aircraft going from right to left, you need to stop. Aircraft coming from left to right, you'll have to just carry on until you come across these solid lines. So that's where you'll need clearance, where you can't go on any further. The KC-135 has gone a little bit further out this time, which is all good. join the KC-135 there, the Stratotanker, which has a long history, manufactured between 55 and 1965, introduced in June 1957, took its maiden flight on the 31st of August of 1956. It was developed from the Boeing 367-80, and it's certainly, you know, the legendary gas station of the skies, and it was initially purchased to support the Strategic Air Command bombers, but by the late 1960s in the Southeast Asia theatre of operations, the KC-135 Stratotankers showed its ability as a force multiplier, and it came to the fore. So mid-air refueling the F-105s and F-4 fighter bombers, as well as the B-52s as well. So it really took a right, you know, it is a pedigree of its own, literally still going. The oldest active aircraft is the KC-135 serial 571419, in service with the 161st Air Refeuling Wing, and they're based at Goldwater Air National Guard Base in Arizona. The aircraft was built in 57, and as of 2013, she's had a total of 22,300 flight hours. That's of 2013, so I have no idea what it's got now. Looks like a lot of our aircraft that departed today are starting to head back. Thanks, Aspen. Thank you very much. Right, so looks like the yep, it should be in view now. Here we go. So it looks like it went out further to give a chance for this to get into the circuit to land. Well, gear's back down, so this is good. So run and brake. Come on, let's have it. As you can see, the gear's not down for our new viewers. shows how agile and beautiful this aircraft is on that. Goodness me. Such a great looking aircraft, and can you imagine how old this is? It's, look at those beautiful swept wings, the way, oh man, it's just a legendary aircraft. Look at it. So just a guess, the one that was doing circuits probably out by Ely and just turning round, maybe, just a guess. I haven't even looked yet. But let's have a look. Yeah, about to turn round into over Ely. That's pretty cool. And they're powered by 4 the CFM International F108s, smashing out 21,600 pounds of thrust, which is almost like having just a little bit more than a Eurofighter on each of those. Coming or going over there? Sorry. I must have gone. Oh, this has turned round sooner than I expected. So RAF Lakenheath's tower at RAPCON, radar approach control, they do manage both Mildenhall and Lakenheath's airspace. Now that's not to say there's no one in, you know, the Mildenhall's tower's unmanned. Of course they do have personnel airmen in there. They will take care of things like the engine startups, all the operational sortie mission. Oh, that's a shot, look at this. Yeah, give me 2 in the shot, 2 for 1. Done. Easy does it. There we go. Nicely done there. Beautiful. So just wait it for the the other one will be them unless it turn round. looks like the first KC-135 that was doing circuits. Looks like it's just turned northwest at the moment. There's our Mc-130J. That's turned northeast over Fakenham. So still no worries. We shall wait. Hear that wind just battering us around there. Turning round, hopefully. Good at the moment. Base using the ILS 405 at RAF Lakenheath.
motionless, doesn't it?
punchy crosswind going on here. Thank you very much for getting us to 1,000 likes. Thanks, Davey, for the update there. That's going to absolutely rip it. There we go. Pull, 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 pull. Here we go. Might be able to catch it. CFM engines with 21,600 pounds of thrust in each. Boom. Check ADSB, see if we've got anything else creeping up behind me or anything. But yeah, amazing power, really is. That F-108's giving out that amazing. ADSB now, just in case, like I said, I've got some creeping up behind. What have we got here? What's this? Reach 369. Thanks, Perry. So while I was eating pizza, one of them got towed away. That's maybe it was the delivery. Right, let's have another approach. Checking on ADSB. This one seems to be the only one sort of in our area, shall we say. Oh, what's this now? Okay, this is different. up, just going to have a quick cup of tea and just going to think about when we'll finish up for the day. Some great set of circuits there from both the KC-135s. Lovely. Just gonna have a quick cup of tea and then I'll see what we got next. was a lovely cup of tea. A couple of special guards marches coming up. Going to be alright with that beret, Ted. Ted's confident the beret will stay on, but I'm not so sure. But just a guards march to Lisa for the bags of tea. Thank you for rescuing the tea supplies from Lisa here, staying at the Nook campsite, I believe. Thank you very much to Lisa. Also a Guards March for Gucci Man for the pizza delivery. Thanks a lot for that. And also Guards March for Charlie Pete for the breakfast this morning. Thanks, man. And the coffee as well. Thank you very much, Guards March. Matthew Clark, thank you for your 2-year milestone. Congratulations on 2 years. So he's put, wow, 24 months of this wonderful community. My bears say I should stay for at least 1 month for each of them. So I'm set until 2055. Nice one. Border Raider, Guards March to you. Got new reading glasses, so any spelling mistakes, it's on me. Or autocorrect, Guards March. Thank you very much for the super chat, Border Raider. Babzar as well, a high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Alan Q as well, thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. And also Margot, thank you very much to our Margot Baxter for the super sticker. Sheds of teddy bears. A lot of the United States Army Air Forces, the 8th Air Force, one of their most reliable, most popular. The B-17 Flying Fortress, an icon of the United States Army Air Forces. Made in a few variants, of course, adaptations, and some wonderful history and origins. And it was as far back as the 8th of August 1934, the United States Army Air Corps, they proposed a multi-engine bomber, and it was a bomber to replace the Martin 10. And there was a bit of a sort of like an unfair competition, shall we say, because that's pretty much really what it was all about. And against a twin-engine B-18 Bolo, up against the B-17. I mean, it was going to be the 4-engine bomber, but sadly, due to an incident that took the lives of the crew, sadly, the crew lost their lives in the competition. But they didn't give up faith on the B-17. They carried on, and eventually it was given, because the idea and the concept of a 4-engine bomber, just like we had here in Britain, with the Air Ministry putting out a proposal for a 4-engine bomber during the time of an operational requirement. They also had a requirement for this as well. Requirements for a 4-engine bomber proposal was a useful bomb load, as they named it. Had to have an altitude of 10,000 feet for 10 hours with a top speed of at least 200 miles per hour or 320 kilometers per hour. They also desired, but not required, the bomber to have a range of 2,000 miles or 3,200 kilometers with a speed of 250 miles per hour. There was a competition as well. Contract decided what they called a fly-off. It was between the Douglas DB-1, the Martin Model 146 at Wilbur Wright Field in Dayton, Ohio. There was a prototype B-17 from the Boeing factory that had a designation model 299, and it was designed by a team of engineers led by E. Gifford Emery and Edward Curtis Wells, and built at Boeing's own expense. And it also combined features of the company's experimental XB-15 bomber and 247 transport as well. The B-17's armament at the time consisted of just 5. I say just 5 because they ended up having like 10 to 13 in the end. 30 caliber 7.62 machine guns, payload of 4,800. And the development on this was powered at the time 4 Pratt & Whitney R1690 Hornet radial engines. Radial, you know, really thriving in some of the designs of World War II. So yes, they put that into proposition, and sadly 299 did actually crash and could not finish the evaluation, thus disqualifying from a competition. And this was took the lives of the crew. It was on the 30th of October 1935, the test flight determining this one was to test the rate of climb, and service ceiling was planned. The command pilot was Major Ployer Peter Hill, Wright Field Material Division Chief of the Flying Branch. His first flight in Model 299, and co-pilot was Lieutenant Donald Putt, while Boeing Chief Test Pilot Leslie R. Tower was behind the pilots in the advisory role, and also on board were the Wright Field Test Observer John Cutting and mechanic Mark Ogler. Sadly, what happened was the B-17 stalled and spun to the ground shortly after takeoff, bursting into flames. And though initially surviving the impact, Hill died within a few hours, and Tower on 19th of November. Despite the crash, like I said, they were still impressed by the prototype's performance, and 17th of January 1936, for a legal loophole, the Air Corps ordered the 13 YB-17s designated as the Y-1B-17 after November 36. Between the 1st of March On the 4th of August 37, 12 of the 13 Y-1B-17s were delivered to the 2nd Bombardment Group at Langley Field. And as we know, they practiced and practiced for daylight bombing, claiming they can put a bomb into a pickle barrel. The first sort of operational battlefield involvement actually happened. Now, I don't know the full story, but there was a delivery of B-17s during the attacks on Pearl Harbor. Now, because they were a delivery flight, they were unarmed, and technically, thus putting the B-17's first ever technically battlefield involvement was on the 7th of December 1941. And luckily, there was a bit of confusion as well, that they thought that the delivery was like a flight of Zeros, but it wasn't. It was their own flight. And luckily, the Zeros didn't engage, or the attacking Japanese fleets and fighters didn't attack the delivery of the B-17s, and all B-17 deliveries were survived. So they made the Model 299, the first prototype. There was also a YB-17, YB-17A. There was around 39 B-17Bs that were made, 38 B-17Cs. The most was the B-17Gs, around 8,680. I think we've got something coming in now. And we had a total, I think, a total of about 12,731, including prototypes as well. Now, I believe we got incoming. But it was named the Flying Fortress due to a reporter saying, wow, that looks like a flying fortress. And the reason behind that was because of the amount of guns. A crew of 10 powered by, in the end, they chose 4 Wright R1820 97 Cyclone at 1200. Here we go, we've got an aircraft coming in now. Yeah, due to the machine guns that it had on there. And it's our Mc-130J. So the gear's not down yet. Gear down. Nicely done. yes, the B-17s it is claimed that they could do close to 40,000 on a service ceiling, and it had 13 guns in total, and it does strike me as amazing. It was a look at all the guns that you got on here. You've got to remember when the first sorties from Grafton, Underwood, that I've covered on our lost airfields, the very first, and I think it was the last, quote unquote, the last, it was Tibbets that actually dropped the first bombs of the 8th Air Force from Grafton, Underwood, and lost airfields that I've covered. And you could say Tibbets dropped the first and the last, and it was absolutely amazing. And if you imagine all these guns the B-17 had, you've got to remember that if, you know, you even get the waist gunners here on each side and at the front, and if you imagine the B-17's guns are like water jets, and if you were an attacking aircraft, it would be impossible not to get wet, and especially when these were in formation, and that's how effective. So how did the 109s and attacking aircraft deal with that? So I'm gonna, you know, especially the Augsburg raid. There's our 109s here that I've got. It's a bit of a shadow, unfortunately. One needs a bit of engine situation here now. Needs a the BF 109s. So, you know, when they met their first B-17s, of course, they would have had to come up with some tactics, because it was pretty much, they found the hard way. It was almost impossible to attack them from the rear. And the thing is, the way to do it would be the most difficult. I mean, with two 13mm synchronized MG-131 machine guns, and they were accurate from 200 meters. You've got to remember the accuracy and how close they would be. I mean, to take down a B-17, you're going to need, I mean, really, to completely destroy it, you're going to need a good 1,000 rounds. But of course, yes, it does depend where you hit the B-17, and that's a given. So let's have a look what's going on here. So I'm going to show you a tactic. So attacking from 12 o'clock high would be one option, but when you've got, you know, a massive formation of about 20 of these, you've got to multiply all the guns. So where is the weakest point on a B-17? Well, sadly, as sinister as it sounds, it may take a good 1,000 rounds or hundreds of rounds to take down one of these, especially with their self-sealing fuel tanks. Again, that is a remarkable thing. The weakest point, of course, is in the cockpit. Pilot. That only takes one round, and that's the end. So, what do you do if you're going to attack a B-17 from the front? And this is a tactic that the Luftwaffe risked. And I'm going to show you a little diagram. I'm going to put that into perspective of how dangerous this is. So if I show you this diagram, it'll all, well, hopefully the light isn't too bad. Let's go this way. Is that worse? Yeah, it's worse. Right, let's try that. Could be because of the right. So the Luftwaffe pilots worked out to attack from the front, but there's a few risks. A big risk. One, collision. So let me just put this BF 109 in my pocket, as you do. So let's have a look at the realistics here. They would average of around, I'm going to use this as an average, you can do your own sort of calculations, but if the B-17 is travelling at 180 miles per hour, your BF-109 270. These are the average sort of speeds. I didn't just make it up. I just thought, let me get a collative average speed. Let's combine that speed, because I'm going to put this into perspective. That's 450 miles per hour, you know, converged speed. All right, that's a joint speed of 450 miles per hour, 180, 270. That's 201 meters per second. What does that actually mean? It means that if they were a mile apart, in 8 seconds they would collide. If they're a kilometer apart, those that do new money, just under 5 seconds. Quarter of a mile, 2 seconds. Half a mile, 4 seconds. That is staggering. The BF-109 was accurate at firing at 200 meters, which means, well, 200 meters a second, you've only got 1 second to shoot it. So it's impossible to fire and get out in half a second. So they adjusted the BF-109's guns to be accurate at 400 meters. Why? Because it gave them that last second to get out. And the way they did it, now my calculation there is a little bit wrong on the diagram of the BF-109 getting away, because what they actually did was waited to be 2 seconds from impact, fire in that 1 second, and actually do a split S, not go up. They could have done, but I'm gonna assume definitely on a split S and go down, because in that 1 second the dangers are collision, debris as well. Don't forget, if that's going 180 miles an hour, now suddenly slam the brakes, all the debris is going everywhere. That is an absolutely shocking and most dangerous tactic, but it was the most effective. But this led on to the B-17Gs having guns under here, and all the other models having a gun right underneath on the chin, which featured on the later models. So, but amazing to actually look at those tactics and the thinking behind it. Right, how we doing? Is there anything else? I think we're good, I think. I think we're all good. Just going to check ADSB, see if we've got anything else there. I can see reach 251. There's all sorts going on here, isn't there? Might as well stay for a little bit. I think we've got a few more. I think we've got a few more movements before we finish up. good day. Lots of movement. Hope you've enjoyed it. Certainly have. Ted and I have enjoyed it thoroughly. I think we've got a bit of movement coming up. We may have some in and out, inbound and outbound. we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, United States Air Force in Europe base. Like Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing, it is part of the 3rd Air Force, and their HQ is at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. It's got a long history and it predates World War II, and their role is to shall we say their purpose is summed up by 3 Ds of the 3rd Air Force. It's develop, defend and deliver, and their airmen and their families, they're their greatest resource, and they take deliberate actions to develop them. That's where the develop comes from. In their group, as individuals, they're also focused on confronting global challenges in support of national defense strategy to defend the country and their allies. And through their dedicated efforts, they will deliver peace to the nation and its allies by fostering stability and deterring aggression throughout Europe and Africa as well. They're also part of the United States Air Forces in Africa and the United States Air Forces in Europe as well. The 10 units that they command are the 31st Fighter Wing. The 31st Fighter Wing are based at Aviano. Also got the 406 Air Expeditionary Wing as well. Also got the 48 Fighter Wing, they're based at Lakenheath. The 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, 39th Air Base Wing, the 100th Air Refueling Wing, which is here, the 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and the Heavy Airlift Wing, based at Papa Air Base in Hungary, with their 3 C-17 Globemasters. So stay tuned for more to come, I think. I'm just tracking a few. Looks like we've got, we could have a C-17, which has reached 251. And also got a KC-135. I'll tell you what, there's a lot on the ground going on at the moment. What's going on is all sorts here at Mildenhall, so you never know what's going to happen. It is a 24-hour base, and so is RAPCON, who are at Lakenheath Tower, so they are manned 24/7. So we've got one more show. For those that are fortunate enough to be at Coningsby's BBMF Members Day, I will be there on a day off, just relaxing, maxing out, chilling out with Ted. Oh, can't wait just to sit back, relax, and just watch things with my own eyes. Christopher Suda, how you doing? Mark Dudley, Davey, Dave Earl, Avmac, Alex Blackcat, Stephen Billings, thanks to all of you for tuning in. Ellie J Approach, Alex Raven, all our regulars, Margot, Stephen Billings, Ellie J, Dave Holloway, how you all doing? Hope you're good. That looks like the Shore. Do you remember the brand Shore, the deodorant? It's like it's got like a. Do you remember those adverts where they used to spray the Shore? Oh yeah, Davey, or Nike, yeah. Yeah, I could see that, yeah. Pretty cool, isn't it? Nice. Yeah, no, I just got that, Davey, that's funny that. I was just having a little look and I was like, I don't remember that marking. JW, thank you very much. Yeah, just gonna chill out, enjoy, take a day off. Anyway, it's not open to the event, it's not actually open to the public, so I'll just take a day off on that. Well, managed to get tickets, fortunate being a BBMF member. So yeah, just keep your eyes on ADSB for a couple of incoming aircraft which are looking okay. Right, let's have a look. Okay, well, that's in refueling area 8, so that's a no to that one. There is a C-17 just approaching, oh, just over Manchester 251. If that bails away from us, then that bowls away, then forget it. We will call it a day. Mac has been brilliant, like literally from the get-go. It's been amazing. We've had what, 7 departures first thing in the morning, almost like 4 KC-135s, one as a 2-ship, then 2 singletons, the Mc-130J, the C-146, the C-17, 2 KC-135s doing lots of circuits, the Mc-130J arriving. So it's been a very, very good day. Lots of movements. Williams C88, Paul Electronics, oi oi to both of you. Margot, Rob W, how you doing? Lots of you on here. Thanks a lot for joining us today. So just checking reach 251, the C-17 is slowly approaching Sheffield. It is descending, so it's looking good. One more tea before we finish up. So there we go. Literally just turned on the radio just for 2 seconds. Reach 251 is aiming, heading for here, so that's all good. So that'll probably be our last movement of the day. But you never know. You never know. Okay, cool, thanks. Tea is calling though. I need a cup of tea. Thanks, man. Thank you. 17's coming in now. That's all good. Thank you very much. Joycey, thank you very much for your message there. Thank you. The Jake 17 is also taxiing, I think, or at least I've heard it start up. I can hear something on the move. There's all sorts going here. Whether it's the oi oi. Stay tuned. I misheard that on my That's a pretty interesting question, not had that before. Why I wonder where was that from? From Paul Electronics, who's asked about the engine nacelles upright when stored. So first of all, safety. Okay, so if you imagine them, there is one more reason I didn't write it down, but I'll tell you now. So good question. So if they're stored upright for protection and safety, okay, you've got to remember how big those blades are, those rotors are. So it'd be extremely dangerous to have them out, you know, on startup. You've got to imagine the safety aspect of these huge rotors starting to, you know, to initiate and start up. Extremely dangerous. Also, you can store them and pack them away nicely in your pocket. The other one which I forgot to mention is that they're red. This is in helicopter mode. It's ready to operate in areas where there is nowhere to taxi. It's ready to take off. So they're done that way. So if it wanted to, say for example, there was, imagine all these CV-22 Ospreys, okay, on somewhere else, and the land just got damaged, okay. If they were stored in a downwards position, they won't be able to taxi anywhere. So they're ready in helicopter mode should they need to just take off just like that. They're ready, and that's why it's done that way. So safety, storage, protection, and ready in helicopter mode. So a really good question, and that's why it's done that way. Love it, love it, love it. Got a love of RAF Mildenhall. Thanks a lot for all of you who have passed by and given us a little shout out. Thank you. Love it. Right, so we're coming up to the end of the show. We're just waiting for one or hopefully two more movements to go. We've got a C-17 just I haven't seen an S2000 for ages. Nice. For a long time. They do have the best cars here. If there was an award for a station with the best cars, this is the winner in this base, this very station. Just looking behind me now for the C-17 Reach 251. Got visual on it, just about see it. Okay, so I'm not really sure what info I've got for you for the RC-135. no markings on it other than a flag. The US flag. Movement. We're going to go and have a rest. Ted and I charge the batteries and get ready for tomorrow's show. I hope you enjoyed it today. It's been absolutely cracking today. I'm surprised Ted's Berry hung in there. It's just not the best weather in the world wind-wise, but we've done all right. We've done all right. Vicky, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Mark Joyce, living the dream, a member for 27 months of Guards March to use, but oh yeah. And Karen H, Metallicas. Shall I try that? Karen H, 15 months membership. Oi, keep up the good work. Renee Gasik with 28 months membership. Thanks for hanging out there in all that wind. It's been crazy today. And Eagle 74 Guards March for 18 months. Thank you for the awesome channel, best ever. For the next one. We're good. If for some miracle while I'm packing up and the RC-135 does go out, I'll be sure to pop it back on. But thank you very much, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed it. A big salute to the 100th Air Refueling Wing, the 352nd, the 95th Reconnaissance, and every other unit that have been operating here today. Oh, yeah. So, Team Mildenhall, thank you very much to RAF Mildenhall. Thank you very much for today. And, of course, all our members and viewers, thank you so much to all of you for tuning in. Thank you very much, all of you. So, hope you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot, all of you who've been supporting the channel through Super Chats, Super Stickers, gifting memberships, taking up memberships as well. Thank you all so much for doing that. And, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, ready for some fun sweeps and 43,000 pounders. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, my name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. The wind has just suddenly calmed down now as we finish the show, typical. But for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya! Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.